I am brown. noma singafuni Skandisaka elenyanga Skiti ngehla kuyenyuka Njalo kuze phela unyaka Sivuka noma singafuni Skandisaka elenyanga Skiti ngehla kuyenyuka Njalo kuze phela unyaka Zaga Sifuni zaga Sifuni zaga We can do anything for Maria Pepa Funo Mandela lape kona Hey, we can do anything for Himalaya City of gold, city of light, city of hopes and dreams, possibilities. Some end up in the streets, others make it through, the ones that have influence. Money can buy innocence, money can buy happiness, make me look very nice, walking with confidence, shop on my diva dance. Hey, zaga, symphony, zaga. Laphe hlezi khona Onke umuntu uvukela uMandela laphe hlezi khona We can do anything for Imalie Pepa E Malie Pepa Malie Pepa E Malie Pepa Zara 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 Mali Mali Zara 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 Esta señora es una olla Zara 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 Patita Zara 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 Zara
Hey, this is Lady Duracell, and you're listening to La DJ Petit, La DJ Petit, La DJ Petit, La DJ Petit.
pride. I am true. I am strong. I am worthy. Living in my pride. I am a woman. I am a mother. I am a daughter. And I'm living in my pride. I am black. I am brown. I am round. Living in my pride. sivuka noma singafuni skandisaka elenyanga siphithiphithi kehla kuyenyuka njalo njalo kuze phela unyaka sivuka noma singafuni skandisaka elenyanga siphithiphithi kehla kuyenyuka njalo njalo kuze phela unyaka zaga 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 sifuni zaga 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 sifuni zaga 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 we can do anything for Maria Pepper. Funo Mandela, la pecona. Hey, we can do anything for Himalaya. City of gold, city of light, city of hopes and dreams. Some end up in the streets, others make it through, the ones that have influence. Money can buy innocence, money can buy happiness, make me look very nice, walking with confidence, shop on my diva dance. Hey, zaga, 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 hey, zaga, 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 symphony, zaga, 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 zaga. Laphe hlezi khona onke umuntu uvukela uMandela laphe khona laphe hlezi khona. We can do anything for imali yephepha imali yephepha imali yephepha imali yephepha zaga 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 mali zaga 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 señoras por una vuelta zaga 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 patita zaga 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 zaga
This is Lady Duracell, and you're listening to La DJ Petit, La DJ Petit, La DJ Petit, La DJ Petit.
Timeline
Usum trying to be patient. Oh Lord, just hear me, 'cause I wanna be free. See, I'm going through changes. I'm trying to be patient. Oh Lord, just hear me, 'cause I wanna be free.
Jengobobon isikhathi sakhona angisenaso isikhathi sokujola ngoba ngithanda imali mekhona angimaziba bathi ngiyachoma yebafethu yesangikhola kwathi abantu vele basona jolo jolo besiyasola.
sivuka noma singafundi skandisaka elenyanga siphithiphithi yehla kuyenyuka njalo njalo kuze phela unyaka sivuka noma singafundi skandisaka elenyanga siphithiphithi yehla kuyenyuka njalo njalo kuze phela unyaka zaga 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 sifundi zaga 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 sifundi zaga 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 we can do anything for Maria Pepa. Funo Mandela, la pecona. Hey, we can do anything for Himalaya Pepa. City of gold, city of light, city of hopes and dreams. Some end up in the streets, others make it through, the ones that have influence. Money can buy innocence, money can buy happiness, make me look very nice, walking with confidence, shop on my diva dance. Hey, zaga, 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 symphony, zaga, 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 zaga. Laphe hlezi khona onke umuntu uvukela uMandela laphe khona laphe hlezi khona. We can do anything for imali yephepha imali yephepha imali yephepha imali yephepha zaga 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 mali zaga 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 la señora es una buena zaga 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 patita zaga 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 zaga
Hey, this is. You're listening to La DJ Petit, La DJ Petit, La DJ Petit, La DJ Petit.
Shit
Usum
time to turn it all the way up.
Our greatest moment in women's sport. But it wasn't always like this. South Africa had the opportunity to showcase an iconic global sporting event. Our challenge was ensuring it didn't instead put a spotlight on disappointing relative progress across women's sport. And we had the solve. We weren't going to plead with fans to try and get behind the World Cup, but rather shift the narrative from female empowerment to pure power by making this tournament heard. So we decided to turn up the passion, the conversation, the vibe, the cricket, and ultimately, the volume. To move women's sport to world-class sport as it is. It was Africa's time to turn it up. Our starting point was creating a tournament anthem, the focal point for our rallying cry. My name is Rouge, and I turned it up by giving the tournament a voice through a track that made South Africans reach for their volume buttons. We powered up across channels as we played into the occasion of hosting South Africa's biggest global event since the 2010 FIFA World Cup, and showed the country how loud things were going to get as we hit malls, schools, beaches, and the streets. Iconic South Africans started turning up. Turn It Up became so pivotal for local and international audiences that it was embraced at every opportunity. Ultimately, South Africa turned up for women's sport like never before.
Finally, with this big crowd here, how much energy is that?
It's amazing. I think the crowd's going to turn it up today again.
From all walks of life and cultures, South African flags fluttered throughout the streets of Cape Town and across the nation. Never ever had so many people attended a women's match in any sporting code.
I almost cued you to say, that's when we clap. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You all look absolutely stunning. And as you know, with events of this nature, we need to observe all protocol. So it's a good afternoon and welcome to the Minister of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, Minister Zizi Godwe, who's joining us here this afternoon. I also greet all the members of SESCOC and the executives that are joining us here today. The President of Cricket South Africa, Mr. Richards, also saying hello to the CSA Council members. Can you tell this is the protocol observed part? It's going to be a bit lengthy, so you've got to bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. We also say good afternoon to the Chairman of the Board of Cricket South Africa, Mr. Lawson Naidoo. Hello, sir. How are you doing? The last time I saw Mr. Lawson Naidoo, I was grilling him on Morning Live. We also say hi to the executives of Cricket South Africa, as well as to the board members that he sits alongside on the board of Cricket South Africa, the CEO of Cricket South Africa, Mr. Museki, and this is when we group everything else together. To the executives, to the Cricket South Africa partners, chief executive officers, members, partners, the team captains that are here today, the players, the head coaches, members of the media, my favorite people in this room, and distinguished guests, and finally, all protocol observed. It's such an honor and a privilege to be here with you this afternoon, because this is a moment in history that we will never forget. And it's also just fitting that this launch happens here at Freedom Park, because Freedom Park, one of its missions is to create and have a heritage destination that just allows empowerment, and it pioneers that. And not only that, but Freedom Park is about freedom. And we live now in a world where women have the freedom to do what they want to do, when they want to do it, and where they want to do it. Good afternoon, my name is Vusiwe Ngobo. I'll be your host here this afternoon. I am from SABC, but today I'm just a neutral. So to all the other competitors, we are not competition today. Yes, Crystal? We're not competition today. But ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pride and privilege that I officially welcome you to the launch of the professional, and I'll say that again, the professional domestic women's cricket league in South Africa. I think we can clap for that. It's been a long time coming. At the beginning of 2023, a lot of us as women in sport, we were just saying 2023 is the year of the woman in sport. And I think initially we were just saying it because we thought, oh, there's so many World Cups, so many women going places. And then it hit us that actually 2023 is actually the year of women in sport. We saw South Africa host the Under-19 Women's T20 World Cup, inaugural on South African soil. And then we took it a step further. We hosted the 8th edition of the ICC T20 Women's Cricket World Cup right here in South Africa. And because women, we like to outshine the men, it's not a competition, but for the first time ever, we also saw a senior national team in South Africa make it to the final in a World Cup. Women did that. So congratulations. We know that we still have a lot of work to be done, but we must take this moment to acknowledge the work that has already been done and the achievements that have already been made. We saw the hashtag Turn It Up campaign winning awards. Who would have thought? I'm sad I wasn't part of the campaign though, but maybe the next one. In this moment, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. I'd like to welcome onto stage the man that will give us the opening address and welcome. And really, during the course of this afternoon, we're going to speak to remarkable people that have made massive strides for women's cricket in this country. And we'll start with the chairman of the Board of Cricket South Africa, Mr. Lawson Naidoo, to give us his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Minister Zizi Kodwa, President of Cricket South Africa, Riaan Richards, and members of the cricket family, and especially the women members of the cricket family here today. Ladies and gentlemen, as has been said, this is a momentous day for South African cricket, for Cricket South Africa, for women's cricket, and for women's sport in South Africa. Today, we take a giant step forward in addressing the inequalities in the sport that we love. It's undoubtedly long overdue, but that should not detract from the importance of the occasion when we today announce the establishment of a domestic professional women's cricket league for the 2023-2024 season. As has been said, this comes in the wake of the Women's Football World Cup, which culminated in Australia and New Zealand just a few hours ago, in fact. The Netball World Cup held in Cape Town a few weeks ago, the ICC Under-19 and Women's T20 World Cups here in South Africa at the beginning of this year. And these global events have showcased the talent that exists in the various sporting codes I've mentioned. Some that have for far too long been seen as male preserves. These glass ceilings are being shattered. Women and girls have been playing cricket for a very long time. In fact, the very first ever Cricket World Cup was the Women's World Cup played in 1973, 2 years before the Men's Cricket World Cup took place. As Cricket South Africa, we have acknowledged the need to empower the women's cricket pipeline and pathway, and we've deployed resources, both human and financial, to ensure that the women's cricket becomes not only accessible, but that it grows and thrives, and you'll hear much more about that later. In the 2021-2022 season, the then interim Board of Cricket South Africa approved a budget of 5 million rands to enhance the women's cricket pathway. That resulted in 40 semi-professional contracts being in place, including 10 high-performance contracts and 30 provincial contracts. These were, of course, in addition to the 15 national contracts of the Proteas national players. As Cricket South Africa, we've been deliberate in our commitment to ensure that women's cricket enjoys greater focus and recognition and an increased allocation of resources. This has, in the past few years, borne fruit as we saw a crop of brilliant young cricketers swell the ranks of the system from club level through to the national setup, culminating, as we just heard, in the Proteas reaching the final of this year's T20 World Cup on home soil, the first Proteas team to contest a World Cup final. We have now reached the point where we can establish a vibrant, professional domestic women's league, which will provide opportunities for women cricketers to realize their full potential and put them in time on a par with their male counterparts. It's also worth mentioning the ICC's decision regarding equal prize money for men's and women's teams at ICC global events. This decision was taken at the recent ICC board meeting held here in Durban, and it ensures that the ICC has reached that target 7 years ahead of schedule. They had been planning to reach that equal prize money stage by 2030, but it's been done already. And I think today's launch demonstrates that Cricket South Africa is aligned with these global developments in ensuring well-deserved recognition for women's cricket within South Africa. It's also an affirmation of Cricket South Africa's strategic framework in which we prioritize access, inclusion, and excellence. The establishment of this professional league speaks to all three of these foundational pillars of our strategy. The launch of this league represents yet another manifestation of our desire to make space for women players to express themselves in this wonderful sport of ours. I am confident that through this league, more women cricketers will get the benefit of showcasing their skills and delight our fans with their talent. This is, however, not the end of the road for the development of the women's game. It is but a critical step along that journey. Much more remains to be done, and much more work will have to be done. Ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, whose dedicated funding over the next 3 years has made this initiative come to fruition today. Thank you, Minister Zizi Kodwa. We also make a call today to other partners, especially sponsors, broadcasters, to come on board and to allow us to accelerate the growth of women's cricket in South Africa. Finally, I must take this opportunity to thank the CEO of Cricket South Africa, Poletsi Moseki, and his team, including the Director of Cricket, Enoch Nkwe, for putting in the hard work behind the scenes to ensure that this dream has become a reality today. I am therefore extremely proud and honored to welcome you to this launch, which is a culmination of our desire to see women's cricket take its rightful place in our sporting landscape. And yes, it is a feather in the cap for Cricket South Africa to be the first major sports federation in South Africa to establish a professional league for women's team sport. And that is something that I think that all South Africans can be proud of today. I welcome and thank you all.
Thank you so much to Mr. Lawson Naidu. And I like how Mr. Naidu, do you feel like a school teacher when I say Mr. Naidu? I like how Mr. Naidu says it's also this is an opportunity for us to address the issues and questions around inequality, because this really is an opportunity for us to reflect on our past, to improve on our present, which is what's happening at this moment, and of course building onto our future as a united nation. Thank you, sir. All right, so we move on with the program. Now, some people have been asking, did this happen overnight? No, it did not happen overnight. And also, Lawson, I heard you speak about the minister and the role that his department is playing. And we say congratulations, Minister, because we heard you last week at the breakfast that was held for the Proteas and Banyana Banyana, saying you're going to play your part. And true to your words, you acted. So, thank you. It's been a long time coming. This didn't just happen overnight. Just about over 10 years ago, we saw the first international contracts being given to female cricketers here in South Africa. And it's been a work in progress, and we're starting now to see the fruits of all this work that has been put in. And I'd like to now call into the stage a man that will unpack the journey for us, to tell us how did we get here, where did this all start, and hopefully where we want to see it go in the future. Please help me welcome onto the stage now the CSA Head of Cricket Pathways, Mr. Edward Khoza.
Teams in the world. The inclusion in
normally technology tends to throw around with you, but I wanted to start with a video. But on a serious note, luck is when preparation meets an opportunity. And some of you might have read about that. In 2005, we had an opportunity to host a Women's World Cup under the old IWCC. If you think women were never given attention, you have to track it back to that. And so now when we hosted that World Cup in 2005, running around and all those type of issues, like my colleagues actually reminds me, Mrs. Tamai sitting there, for example, she was a team manager of the Proteas team at the time. Karen was my co-partner running that World Cup. We were almost like as Northerns being filtered in to run this World Cup. I think when I reflect back, that was my first experience to professionalism. Because you see these teams from Australia, England, and all those type of places, they're coming in our shows. You see the management team, and I look at our team, and I'm thinking, what is happening here? Because you realize that we have a head coach, and then we have a manager, and some other fitness trainer just been dropped in at the last minute to just help out with the warm-ups. That was my exposure in 2005. As young as I was, that's why I'm saying luck is when opportunity meets itself. Because to fast-track issues later, I get to 2012. I'm still working for Northerns. Hilton has just been announced as the head coach of the national women's team. It rains in Pretoria. He gives me a call to say they need to use the indoor facility at Supersport Park. So I drive over the weekend to go and open up the indoors for them to make sure that they can practice. Now, this was the first engagement that Hilton had with the women's team at the time of his appointment. And there's a relevancy why I'm mentioning this. Because in my first engagement, after opening up everything, introducing them to the facilities, there was a team manager then who was part of the previous setup, who was still the team manager at that particular time. When Hilton asked him a question, he kept on responding by saying, "You're the coach, you decide." So I left the room and went and reflected. I said, this is a national team. And this team manager is supposed to serve the coach. I can understand the lack of resources, but this can't be the picture. Because if we're going to be sincere about this national team. And again comes to the luck story again. There's a position that gets created at Cricket South Africa. I find myself ending up there, and I have to look after women's cricket. Now, the first issue was I had to take over from the Honorable Mr. Jordan. And Mr. Jordan is quite a fundamentally important guy.
Tournament in Bangladesh earlier this year. Cricket South Africa now wants the Proteas women to be one of the top. Cricket South Africa now wants the Proteas women to be one of the top 4 teams in the world. Their inclusion in the CSA National Academy will go a long way in trying to realize this ambition.
Yeah, it's very exciting. For the very first time, the Proteas ladies join us. A couple of young players that have joined from those ranks as well. And I think it's really just part of the plan of Cricket South Africa to ensure that not only the men facet that can improve their game as well.
The Proteas women's squad is currently preparing to tour England and Sri Lanka later this year. Cricket South Africa has contracted 6 of the squad members, and the team's inclusion in the National Academy can only mean good things for the Proteas women going forward. Mnikelo Madala, SABC News, Pretoria.
Courtesy of SABC, by the way, when I had to find that footage back in the days, because that was a game-changing moment. Because when I started the Cricket South Africa, we just contracted the 6 players to go professional. And some of them are sitting here today. And the issue which was very vital, it hit us 3 months later, that within the same squad, the same team, we've created the division. Because the 6 players that were contracted started focusing on cricket on a day-to-day basis. The other players were more or less filling in still as amateur cricketers. We go on our first tour, they are worlds apart. So now we had to go back to the drawing board. Before we approached the board, I had to have a meeting with the coach. I said, we need to sit and paint out our vision in terms of where we're going. And he brought the selectors in and some of the role players in the space. And we said, there was one issue that I said to them at the meeting. I said, I've looked at our squad, and they might be at their prime in 8 to 10 years' time, and we need to win a World Cup. And that was back in 2013. I said, I don't care what happens in between leading up to that. You get your plans right, I'll worry about the money and the administration. I don't think the players have ever seen me in the change room. But I stand here being proud today that I've contributed to a big cause. Because I walked into that meeting when I said to them, we're going to win the World Cup in 10 years' time. Their eyes became like that. I said, we're not going to tell anyone. And we're not going to tell the players. Because the key issue is that we need to map up our milestone. Now we went and contracted the 6 players in our journey. And I've spoken about the gap that it actually created. The second issue, immediate here, when we approach the board and say, we have a vision. Can you please expand the contracts to 14? And they went and did it for us. And at that stage, we were still more or less basing our players on category A, B, and C, which is similar to men. But the danger with the category A, B, and C is that when you have prominent players that are performing, you cannot even move them up. And we mustn't lie to ourselves. Professionalism is a game of economics as well. It has to mean something to the pocket. And that's where the key issue comes in. So for a period, we needed to make sure that we invest in these women because we believed in them. And then we started putting contracts money as well to that. And I think, Mr. Richard, you probably have been the longest we have seen some of these issues, and you were probably one of the people that approved them, Mrs. Tamai, that in 2017 probably, I think if I was working and I get 3 times increases at the rate that they were getting it, we would have been smiling today because we were very intentional about what we were doing. But the issue which was very vital, when you look at the slide in front of you, what you do with the national team also impacts you in terms of your ambitions at the bottom to sustain the little bit of success. From the onset, I need to say, we boxed above our weight since 2014. Never ever envisaged that the results we were getting leading up to now in 2022 were going to pan out that way. But we had to believe. And it wasn't an easy journey because there were potholes, there were speed humps, but there were moments where you found that we were going downhill. And it was pleasurable moments, especially when you see the girls actually advancing. Then we went back in 2017 because that was a milestone. We speak about parity. We said our men are flying business class. Our women are not. Our women are staying in rooms where they're sharing. And Mrs. Tamai will smile because when she looks back, she will realize that she was sleeping at airports on the side. No professionalism at all. She had to actually mother some of these people in our journey. And the issue which was very vital for us was that we needed to ensure that players have single rooms, similarly to what we do with the men. We were very intentional. It cost us money. But the key issues I need to elaborate as well is that we had people that actually saw the vision. The first contract, when they were given the 6, it was actually funded from Momentum. Mr. Danny van der Berg, today, I thank you very much for partnering with us and seeing the vision at the time when we were still in charge at Momentum. Because those 6 contracts were fully funded. And then from there on, Cricket South Africa took over with the other issues that were actually materialized. But the other key issue, which was very important as well, we needed to enhance. I'll speak about my experience when I was still at Titans and when I started. It was Hilton, the analyst, and the team manager, and a fitness trainer / physio that comes in on an ad hoc basis. And we compete internationally. And we're getting results. So the issue which was very vital from our meeting in 2013, I said, get me the results. It will make it easier in the boardroom. And they delivered. And we had to make sure that we do those type of issues. And then the management team was more or less expanded. We started having an assistant coach, a medical doctor for the first time, all those type of issues. And it's an intended investment that was actually shown for us. And we even had a media manager because we wanted to tell the stories of what's happening within the space. I think everybody, when you look back, you realize we're very proud. And I'm quite honored. I think I must take a photo with you, Tembi, for being here today. Because I watched the World Cup and I looked at what you did. I couldn't relate originally when it happened to say you guys don't want to play and all those type of issues. We don't have that in cricket. We have a players' union. We have what we call also personal development plans with our players. We have to engage honestly in terms of how the year looks for them, at both economically, their development, and all those type of issues. If we are to disagree, let's disagree at the point of the personal development plans. And then from there on, everybody must just go and implement. We have the players' union that keeps us on our toes. We don't have a labor relationship with them, employee. No, because we said it's for the betterment of the players. And it's very unfortunate that Andrew is not here and Kaya Zonda, I haven't seen him here as the president of SACA. We're very intentional when we speak about servicing players. The issue which was very vital is that when you look at that, we're currently sitting with 15 professional contracts for women. And in those 15 professional contracts, they are ranked and it goes by performance. But on top of that, we're speaking retainers, we're speaking commercial rights, and we're also speaking match fees. And I'll save the match fee story because that's a parity matter that we find ourselves now in 2023. Because for the first time, we're going to be making some groundbreaking announcements today. The issue which is very vital, it will be false of me to say this professionalism we probably might have seen 2 years back to say, hang on, if we don't semi-professionalize and probably get the next 10 cricketers that are in the high-performance environment and contract them and get an income so that they can be focused in cricket, we're going to miss the boat at some point. Never ever envisaged that we're going to arrive at today. And then when we went in 2020, I think that was for the first time the players saw me at the Wanderers when I was giving them a send-off to Australia. And the deputy minister was there. And I told the players, this is the year we're not going to take anything else less than a semi-final. The media was there. They've captured that. We've said that because it was in line with our plan. If you can fault me, it's probably not winning the World Cup. But if it's up to the lessons we learned leading up to reaching that World Cup final, because we desperately wanted to win it, because it was going to be a biggest game changer. When you win something of that substance, it opens doors for you commercially and otherwise, because people know who you are. They don't hear about you. And today I'm hoping that we'll get ourselves into a platform where we can speak about these issues. I'm very proud. Some of the teams that we're announcing today, they are coached by females. Some of them are females that were former Protea cricketers. So 50% of the teams, 50% of the management and head coaches are females in this environment. And it will be a sad day if I had to report to you guys 5 years later and said we've gone backwards in those numbers. We need to be intentional. We need to build capacity. We need to ensure that we strive for this. Some of you might not have seen, Minister, what we actually did. If you go back and look at the footage of the Under-19 World Cup, we were the only team with a female management team. And when you look at the results we got, we get courage as far as that aspect is concerned. But to bring back to closer to home, I'm thankful that the day like today has arrived. For the first time, we have an MOU with SACA. As much as it's labeled 2022, it tells you when these discussions have started about professionalizing women's cricket. Because previously with the other MOUs, women was always, by the way, the women, and they were always plugging into something. Now for our 15 national contracts and the domestic league that we're launching today, it is governed by Memorandum of Understanding, which is a first. And Pulesi, it will probably be, we'll have a moment where we can make sure that we can engage and make sure that this we can bring to formality and sign it properly. Everybody speaks about parity. But the danger when you speak about parity, it's almost like we're speaking it from a weight perspective and from a publicity perspective. And when it comes to intent, we don't live up to that. Because we have a lot of organizations out there that they are pro-women. And we say in a moment of need, we need you to partner with us because we have a genuine cause. You're realizing today is a genuine cause. We are trendsetters, we're history makers, and we're intentional. But just to caution the other sporting codes, we didn't wake up yesterday. We have 10 years of information that we've been working on over time. Don't be shy as far as the investment, because sometimes the results might not go your way, but the learnings that you get out of this journey will be fulfilling to be able to ensure that you can put up a better South Africa tomorrow, because that's where we're fighting ourselves. We are launching the professional league. 6 teams will be professionalized. We have a national league. And unfortunately, there's no comfort zone because there's promotion, relegation as well, because we need to be intentional about this. So there are teams that are already sharpening their thoughts at the regional level because they see that their colleagues are going professional, because they have to get their house in order. And at this juncture, I must thank those companies that are actually investing in women's cricket today, because when they heard we're going professional, they already jumped into some of these professional teams and started investing. It might not be the platform to name you by name, but your value add is recognized in this platform. And for those that are still coming, the door is open, we're open for business. The issue which is very vital as well, which is also going to be a carrot as far as professionalization of women's cricket. Players, now I'm speaking to you. You go around the world, you play in other leagues. We are starting something new. We've seen the emergence of the SA20. I don't want to steal Graham's thunder, but we're on our journey to establishing something. It's going to happen. All I'm saying is that this year, we're starting with the under-19 players. We're going to run some talent camps as well under the SA20 banner as a catalyst towards what we're looking to do. Because we need to give this league 2 years to establish itself, and we're going for the full Monty. And I'm counting on you guys, because I don't want to hear the questions around the standard of play. We've gone past that. You go and tell every school girl, every club playing girl, that it is possible through cricket, that they can be a professional, because that's what it's all about. I don't have to speak about this slide, but what I want to paint out to you is the ICC events for women that you see. Every year there's going to be an ICC event. We don't have an opportunity to go back into the drawing board and say we have another 5 years. We need to be intentional about this professional league and get it right. And then once we get it right, we build a firm base to ensure that we can be structuring ourselves into a right direction. We're revisiting our high performance strategy as well to absorb some of the challenges that we're dealing with, to make sure that we can sustain our performances. To me, you and your team, you have 4 opportunities in the next 4 years. Our strategy speaks to 2027. If you look at, Minister, what's happening in 2027, we have a World Cup here at home. I've already started planting the seed with the mainlist players. And when I saw them at the KFC seminar, which we have with the volunteers, that 2027 World Cup is not optional. And I'm publicly stating it again here today. We have to challenge our professional players to go for gold. We owe it to ourselves, and we can't hana around it as far as this process is concerned. It can't be left only to administrators to say strategize. We have to support and make sure that we're intentional and make it to be realized. Where I'm getting the confidence to say this is the 10-year plan that we went through. That we're intentional, we invest in the right areas, we do get results. With those words, I'm hoping that we will have an engagement to more or less go into detail. But it will be false of me not to thank a couple of people. The previous boards of CSA, since 2013, they saw the vision when we approached them every time. They're not even single ones, when if I reflect on the papers, if they said no when we tabled certain things. They only wanted to know the why. And left it to the subcommittees to see how are we doing it and how we're progressing around it. And also to the members, I know we always speak the budgetary issues. The day has arrived. We're going to come to you. This professionalism cannot be about lip service. We rely on you to make sure that we make it professional. We rely on you to make sure that this becomes a game changer. Because it's not going to open doors only for cricket. It's for the other sporting codes as well to follow. Because we have the blueprint. And we need to make sure that we share the blueprint with the ecosystem. I want to look back when I hand over the baton after today, and when give it to the next person to more or less take this to the next level, that we're taking this to more or less greater heights. And that greater heights is more or less about how do we sustain this moving forward in an effective and a successful manner. But in those ways, best of luck to the 6 teams that are getting professional. I'll leave that to the hierarchy to more or less announce you. But that's more or less my due for the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Khoza, for giving us more insights and helping us to just get a better picture of what the journeys look like and where it's going. And when I speak to Umamzola a bit later on, I want to get some insights on some of the things that she was saying. They were very interesting. She gave me a massage earlier. She told me that she had to be zonke bonke. She had to learn how to be a doctor, a mother, administrator. She gives very good massages, just so you know. All right. And I think this is the spirit, and this is what today is really about. And I think we've seen Cricket South Africa making great strides in making cricket accessible, inclusive, and globally competitive. But each of us in this room needs to know and understand that the sport of cricket cannot flourish unless we have meaningful engagement and participation from stakeholders, from partners, from inspired teams. And this is a call to everyone in this room to play our part. We all have a role to play, and we can only get to where we want to get if we all play our part effectively. That's the lawyer in me coming with the effectively. I'd like to now call on the President of Cricket South Africa just to give us a message of support, to tell us also what this moment here means in terms of Cricket South Africa in line with its objectives and its vision and mission. Let's please put our hands together for the President of Cricket South Africa, Mr. Riaan Richards.
Thank you very much, Program Director. It will be amiss of me not to preamble my address by acknowledging the contributions from the Ministry of Sports, Arts and Culture. Minister, your commitment to cricket and its well-being cannot be questioned. As Cricket South Africa, we feel your warm embrace, and we are eternally grateful to you for your support. It is heartening to note the impressive figures that was just presented by Eddie to us earlier on how Cricket South Africa and the growth of women's cricket has developed over the last 10 years. Cricket South Africa has been intentional in narrowing the gap between the gender gap between men and women. But we continued to attract and to try and to retain young girls in the game, because we believe that through strong pathways is how we will grow women's cricket. Women's cricket holds a very special place in our hearts, such that the changes that we are envisaging are inevitable. Our next step is naturally to the professionalization of women's domestic cricket by setting up a league that would reflect the direction in which CSA wishes to go. This serves as a pinnacle of the many interventions that we have instituted on all the levels of cricket, women's cricket, over the last couple of years. And it will serve as an aspirational platform for our women to play in. We are on the cusp of a historic moment in cricket, a moment never to be repeated. However, without the support of everyone, we will not achieve this. It all begins with us. This league belongs to all South Africans who have the best interests of women's cricket at heart. The numbers that are shared are a clear indication that women have demonstrated a considerable appetite for the game, but they can only thrive through our sustained support. There's so much that this league has in store, including producing international stars and creating opportunity for youngsters to grow. For today, as we launch the domestic competition, let us sit back and enjoy the best of what our women cricketers have to offer, knowing that they will not disappoint us. It has taken us on a journey over the last 10 years, and I've been fortunate to make this journey along with many of my colleagues. And as a reminder, I actually spoke to Sunay at the awards. I can remember a stage where I think Eddie had also mentioned the money contributed. I think the total budget was R1 million. That was in 2024. And when you look at the expenditure these days, it's grown astronomically. But also I think is the one thing that board and everybody has done is not to take things for granted and not to accept, because Eddie had also indicated in our meeting with you, Minister, that our women started to fly business class in about 2015, 2016. But it wasn't just that it happened. We actually found out by coincidence that they did not enjoy the same perks until guys like Eddie and Max actually approached the board at that stage to say, this disparity cannot exist, that your men team and your women's team do not be treated the same. So also a lot of the effort and the accolades must go to the various executives, the junior staff, and the people that actually drove it. For many of them are no longer with Cricket South Africa, but I'm sure they also should be acknowledged for the work they've done. Like Sisola, she's moved out. I mean, she was the manager for about 5 to 6 years. And I'm so glad that Eddie actually acknowledged the role that others have played prior to where we find ourselves. Because the accolades does not belong to us. It belongs to everybody that wishes to serve this game and that will take this game forward. I'm sure that the board and Lawson and his directors have a clear strategy of where they want to take this thing. Because, as I told you earlier, Minister, in March, when we had a meeting, post the women's semi-final, or the final, where we were runners-up, we had indicated that this process will take us 3 years. But in 6 months, we are here today to announce that, listen, we have achieved it. That we are ready to go and start a professional domestic women's competition. That's a massive stride. You've cut off 24 months of your projection already to Sir Lawson, to you and your board, to Puletsi and his executive, the cricket services people. That's an amazing job. And this is not the end of it. I implore the board again to realize that it's only one step. You cannot have a top 6. That needs to be supported. It needs to be supported by your calls, your ladies, or your B teams. And it's how are we going to bridge this? And the same thing, you as a board have to challenge yourselves to look at the sustainability of the system. It's not an easy job. But I congratulate everybody that's involved, and I wish everybody the best for today. But I'm sure that we will receive all the accolades that is deserved. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Richards. All right, we're moving smoothly. There's a gentleman in this room that a lot of people have spoken about. They've just said they felt his warm embrace. We've spoken about him moving from words into action. And now we're going to give an opportunity to the Minister of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, Minister Zizi Kodwa, to come and give us the keynote address. Round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Mrs. Ngobo, and thanks very much to President Richard, as well as the chairperson of the board and members of the board for such colorful and kind words about the work of the department. What we see today, I'm filled with mixed emotions. Because when we met with you, as we're celebrating the T20 women reaching the finals, and we made a commitment that a government will plant a seed for you to realize a dream of a professional league. You said 3 years. We said to you, it's not possible. What we're celebrating today is not so much about the monetary value, it's about leadership and political will. And I want to celebrate that moment with you because earlier, when I met with you, and as I came in March, I asked about this leadership that you are demonstrating today. When I heard that in some other federations, as far back in 2018, the department made commitments of millions towards professionalizing women's sport. And to date, that has not been realized. And these are the issues I think they make me to have mixed feeling because the place where we meet today, it has a particular history of significance to the moment we are celebrating today. Earlier I was asking, why did you choose Freedom Park? When we're almost at the tail end of celebrating Women's Month. And we have this very historic moment. And I want to thank you, President. And I want to thank everybody involved for your contribution. About a week ago, when we were celebrating both Banyana Banyana as well as the Spar Proteas, we also made this commitment that the time for long statements and talk, endless talks and promises must come to an end. And I think what you see today is a demonstration of when we met with you and many other stakeholders on our first day of our appointment, the first week. We met with almost the top 5 in the country. You're among the top 5 federations we met. And we stressed this point. And you seem to be the one, if not two, the only federation that understood what we said. And for that, I will ask that we give them a big round of applause. Today we gather not only to celebrate the launch of a professional domestic women's cricket league, but to reflect on the remarkable journey that has led us to this transformative moment. As we applaud Cricket South Africa of its tireless efforts, let us also recognize the strides we have taken and the path we are paving for the future of women's cricket in our great nation. First and foremost, a resounding congratulations once again for the successful hosting of the World Cup, both in the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape early this year. This accomplishment speaks volumes about Cricket South Africa's capability to organize, to manage, to deliver a world-class event that showcases not just a game of cricket, but the rich culture and hospitality of our diverse land. This achievement is a testament to the dedication and hard work of countless individuals, many of whom are seated here. They toiled behind the scenes to create the unforgettable experiences for players, for fans, and the global cricket community. Cricket, with its rich history and profound impact, has the power to transcend boundaries, bring people together, and inspire change. The birth of professional women's cricket league is a reflection of our society's evolving values, a demonstration of our collective commitment to gender equality, and a tribute to the remarkable women who are trailblazers on and off the field. I stand here as the Minister of Sport, not just to congratulate Cricket South Africa, but to emphasize the significance of this achievement. This league is a symbol of progress, breaking down stereotypes and the challenging preconceived notions about women's roles in sport. It represents a mind shift of a mindset where talent identification and passion take precedence over gender. While we celebrate all these positive milestones, we cannot turn a blind eye on the fact that there's still a long way to go as far as transformation in sport sector is concerned, especially in areas partly relating to remuneration, outreach to rural communities, cricket at schools, and regular competition, etc., etc. According to the EPG 2018 report, the school sport competition system is currently indicated that there are 3 streams from which talent is identified and competition is staged. The system is currently not integrated and has some challenges. The system shows that it is a government-run school sports system, and also there is one that is more of Model C schools and private schools. This is where most athletes are identified. And this is a system and there is another system in which federations use to stage tournaments and select national athletes. The athletes competing in government-run schools sports system come from 23,000 public schools, majority of whom are previously advantaged with poor or no sport facilities at all. The second group of athletes come from former Model C schools, including private schools which are properly resourced with world-class sport facilities and proper coaching support. The last group are athletes competing in federation stage tournament, most of whom must have means to attend these events. Majority from the former Model schools. Upon successful competition, these athletes are awarded the national colors and may be eligible for selection into academies and underage national teams. The 2019-2020 EPG report reaffirms the 2018 EPG report, citing the following among other factors affecting rate and extent of transformation in sport. 1, ineffective community and school-based sport facilities and sport provision programs. 2, sport federations primary focus on only about 1,500 previous Model C schools to the exclusion of 25,000 under-resourced public schools. 3, ongoing gender inequality in all areas, in all levels of sport. The subsequent stakeholder engagement, sessions and public hearings that took place between 2020 and 2022 on the draft Women in Sport policy confirmed the above. And to further complicate the already difficult situation, participants added that some of our older stadiums do not have female-friendly change rooms, as these were designed with men in mind. Program Director, one of the key characteristics of sport, as outlined in the white paper on sport and recreation, is that sport is a facility-dependent activity. The logic, therefore, here is that no sport code that could be practiced without an appropriate facility. This situation or reality, therefore, requires all stakeholders to put all hands on deck for the future of sport in our country. Only all of us, we collaborate, we will be able to develop athletes and can successfully compete internationally and reach out our goal of being a winning nation. I am pleased to see the vice captain of Banyana Banyana. I'm not sure if there is anybody from Spar Proteas. Because, as I said last week, with regards to Banyana Banyana, what they went through, what we experienced as a country, almost an embarrassment to the country, was a failure of leadership. And I asked earlier whether was it deliberate or is an omission not to invite other federations to be part of these occasions, because I think they can learn a thing or two. I see there are representatives of SASCOC. Hello. For an example, there are certain practices and systems which I think our football authority can learn from SARU, the South African Rugby Union. May not be the best federation, but they run the best system. There may be one or two that other federations can learn from CSA. It may not be a Snow White, but you see there's leadership. All what our sport, also including women in sport, all what we require at this moment is leadership. Madam Vice President, we need leadership. In our pursuit of excellence, let us not forget the vital role of women in leadership positions. Cricket must be at the forefront of empowering men, not only on the field, but also in administration, coaching, and umpiring. I was happy when this point was made. It will be a sad day that 50% of lower clubs are coached and managed by women. Suddenly, when it's professionalized, we see most men, and they are likely to do that. It will be a sad day, Mr. President and Chairman. I think it's something that you must watch, because I'm sure somewhere they are texting that is now professional. This league will serve as a catalyst, igniting the inspiration of young girls who dream of taking this sport seriously and making a living from it. It sends a powerful message that every aspiring cricketer, regardless of their gender, deserves a chance to compete at the highest level and to inspire others through their journey. Lastly, as we remark on this exciting new league, let us remember that this impact goes beyond the competition itself. The league, just like male counterpart, must become a vehicle for transformation of cricket. It should not confine to the bustling city center alone. It should transcend mountains, cross rivers, and reach the remote corners of our nation. Cricket should become a unifying thread that binds us all, regardless of where we come from. I'm aware that achieving all of these transformational objectives, keeping the league afloat, and taking it to a greater heights will require more funding, Mr. President. It is for that reason that we are indebted to the sponsors like Momentum. Hopefully, their continued involvement will encourage others as well. Today marks a significant juncture in the history of cricket in South Africa. It's a celebration of progress, unity, and unbreakable spirit of our nation. We're not just launching a league, we're launching a movement that will resonate with generations to come. Cricket South Africa today joins the big three international cricket nations, Australia, England, as well as India, in establishing Women's League. Congratulations, Cricket South Africa, on this momentous achievement. May this league be the testament to our commitment to diversity, equality, and timeless power of sport. May I at this stage ask the President, the CEO, and other board members and the chairperson to come and join me on stage. Because I think you must be seen for the people don't know you. I think they must see you. Today, you are history makers. It will be inscripted in history that you were the first under your leadership that this professional league was launched. On behalf of government, we thank you. We will continue to commit ourselves as we committed early this year, that we commit for the next 3 years to make that contribution. How I wish others are listening as we speak now. Please. We do not wish to see any federation to go through what Banyana went through. It is that visionary leadership that you say 4 years before any World Cup or tournament, you sort out issues of contractual payments. How I wish others are listening as we speak. It's only the function of leadership. I want to thank you very much. This is a groundbreaking moment in the history of women in sport. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the Minister and the Board of Cricket South Africa. But Minister, I'm not Mrs. Nobo. I'm Miss. I am still not Mrs. Just now some people switched off and they were like, it's done. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Apparently it's protection. Thank you, Minister. Says Patience, Minister's playing with me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a very short panel discussion. But before we do, if you can just watch the screen behind me, just a reminder of our journey of where we've come from and where we're going. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to be bringing you a panel discussion with some women who are legends of the game of cricket in South Africa. And they also form part of CSA's Women's Month campaign that they've got going on. It really just looks to focus on the heroines who are unsung in terms of cricket in South Africa. And the series is dubbed. Are you ready, ladies? And they got their makeup done. Mamzola Tamaya, I must say, got here very nice and early to get her makeup done. The series is dubbed The Woman Behind the Game, and I think it's so fitting. Long-time cricket administrator, Mamzola Tamaya, please come and join me on the stage. We also have Marcia Litswalo, who is the current team manager for South Africa's Under-19 team, emerging teams, and is a former Proteas player herself. This one is for me, Masha. Okay, thank you. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, a former player for England as well as coach, it is Karen Smithies. So when we got here very earlier on today, and I saw Mamzola getting her makeup done, and I went up to her and I said, should I call you, because Rufense calls her Sis Zola. And I thought, but I can't really call her Sis. So I said to her, should I call you Sis or Mom? She's like, for your age, you call me Ma. And I'm like, thank goodness. Because I've had instances where you're like, Ma, and they're like, I'm not your mother. Okay, so ladies, thank you so much for joining us here today. And Mamzola, I want to start with you because you are what many people could call a barrier breaker, because you've broken so many barriers, you've been the first to do so many things. And I want us to go back to when you were appointed as the president of Cricket Out in the Free State, because you were the first woman to be appointed in that position. And I know it's a long time now, but just put us in your shoes at that moment when that moment came for you, what it meant for you, and what you had put in specifically to get that out of what you had done so far.
Wow, imagine when you are elected as a president, first female, Black Nohal. In that area, you're coming to an area where it's predominantly and traditionally white-dominated male sport. And you're coming into the space as a black person. But I must say that the people that were involved in the council then, we did not have a board those years, it was a council. Remember, we were coming from UCB before it was Cricket South Africa. So there came this black tall lady is going now to be the president. Surely other people were asking themselves, who is this person? Where is this person coming from? But before you were elected as a president, you go through the ranks, through the structures you need to be at the grassroots level. So I started at the grassroots level, and I started coordinating women's structures. But who identified me to be there? It was the late Evie Cronje, Hansi Cronje's father, because they were in Bloemfontein. It's SASCOC now, but then it was called National Sports Council, NSC. So I was a member there. And then they said, cricket is saying we need to start girls and women's cricket. That was around 1995, 96. So that's how I started. And then within the Free State, I was supported by the very same white people. They supported me. Unfortunately, there was just a black brother of mine from Gauteng who said, yo, my sister, you won't last even 6 months there. They will recall you. I know those people. I said, watch the space. And little did I know that it was going to be 7 years in service there. That's why I came here.
Cara, now I want to come to you now, and as I speak to you, I want us to speak to this moment that we are witnessing now for South African women's cricket, because you come from England, you've played, you've coached there, and when you look at your journey from being in England and playing and coaching there to coming now in South Africa and being part of the management out at the Titans, managing the team, what would you say were the glaring differences that you saw between the standard, the level, the quality, and how you think this professionalization of this league now will narrow that gap?
There's a lot of questions there for one, but
I know. I kept on putting commas in my head.
And it was a very long time ago since I've been involved in the structures, I guess, in the UK. Just going back a little bit to my time, I first started to play in 1984. I played for Junior England, making my ODI and Test debut in 86, 87, and then played 3 World Cups, 88 in Australia, 93 in the UK, and 97 in India. So even though the structures were there, it was still very much amateur at the time. You know, my parents had to pay for all my travel, had to pay for my tracksuit, my playing gear, and all of that. So very different until 98 when we joined with the English and Wales Cricket Board. Similarly here, I came here in 98 as a player coach at Tuks for 2 years, and eventually got to work at Supersport Park after my level 3, which I got under the United Cricket Board. I got it in Bloemfontein, actually, Zola. But I then was coach for 3 years, and there was very little resource, you know. There was, the structures are really very raw. I came in with all my ideas and all my wonderful things, which was probably not really the right thing at the time, I guess, as to what the structure was then. So, but it taught me a lot, actually. I met Marsha during that time. I coached Marsha for a little while there as well, and I had the opportunity to go into the areas within Northern Cricket Union, Mamelodi, where Eddie's from, Soshanguve, Atteridgeville, all those places. And it inspired me because it gave me something that, wow, there's something there that we can work on. And the future could be really bright when the resources come in.
And we speak of the resources coming in, Marsha. At a point in your career, you had to sit down and say, Marsha, you need a job, Sisi, because playing cricket is just not going to pay the bills. It's not going to give you the life that you want. When was that moment for you in your career, and how were you able to still continue playing for your nation? And perhaps just speak us through your experience, because some people here don't know what it was like playing for the Proteas when there was little to no money.
Well, thanks for having us, Ms. Ngobo, and it's a
Thank you for
privilege
calling me,
to
Miss.
be next to my former manager, Zola, and my former provincial coach, Karen. Well, it was not hard, honestly, but because like you're passionate about the sport and you love what you're doing, and at the end of the day, like you want to represent your country, it was not easy, I must say. Like it was nice just to get out that call up saying that you've made it to the site, you're going to be representing your country. But once you get in there, now you find out that, you know what, there's no money. I mean, I still recall when I got that call that I've made it to the site to represent my country. I called my mom. I'm like, you know what, mom? Because my mom obviously she was the breadwinner of the family. I'm like, you know, from now on things are gonna go like well for us because you know I've got a contract and I'm gonna be getting paid a lot of money and I'm gonna provide you guys, but only to get there to find out that you know what, it's not how it is actually. So.
How much was this lot of money?
Like back then, because I started playing 2007, I would say maybe 10K, it was a lot of money for us. So
that's a lot of money for some people now too.
How
much were you expecting back then?
I mean, as a professional player, like you're looking, it was a lot, So, but it didn't stop me. From doing what I love. I continued playing the sport up until we were contracted Eddie mentioned earlier on that the 6 players which were contracted, I was fortunate to be one of them, and we were contracted. I was happy. I mean, I could actually, going forward, I would like, you know what, take a shoulder, shoulder, my mom, just to remove
pressure.
Exactly, yeah, because obviously I know what she was going through. So I was like excited, and she was the first person that I called. I told her that, Mom, I've got contract, now things are gonna look better for us, and I'll be able to take care of my family. So I never looked back up until where I am today. And I'm grateful for the people that have been part of my journey, which are in this room. So yeah.
Marsha touches on just in her mind, this was the turning point for her and her family, because now she was going to be the breadwinner. Let's talk about what you saw in your early days in administration, because you were there at a time where 10,000 is a lot of money. You were there at a time when it was just simply, this is your pay diem, this is what you're getting, there's nothing more.
Yeah, Vusiwe, at that time, I remember in 2005, there was a World Cup in South Africa. And at that stage, when I got into the side, I was behind the scenes. I wasn't ready to be the manager. I was behind the scenes in the structures, trying to set up structures in different provinces. I remember Sumaya Khan was... She is here. She was responsible for girls' cricket in the KZN. So we were talking, you know. And then at that stage, the CEO said, when I said, we're looking for now the manager, the person who was there, lasted for a year and a half, and then she said she has other commitments. Perhaps there was no money. Then the CEO said, you're not going to look for other people. You've been doing the work. Go there. Then that's how I came in 2004, 2005, there was a World Cup. And I come into a situation and I'm like, yo, this team, is this the team? There was only one black African lady, Nolu Babalo Nzunzu. She was the only one, and then I was the second one. And I'm like, okay, all right, we're gonna do this. So I got into the space without so many resources, and there was transition, you know. At that stage, it was quotas, and then we evolved, and then we were talking about targets, and then we were talking about transformation targets, that all the provinces, the council, Mr. Rihan Richards was there, and he knows, he was saying, it has to happen. So it was the council that some people were saying it has to happen. We have to transform the sport. And then we got a CEO. And then that particular CEO said to me, you know, Zola, women's sport is really not generating revenue for us. So what is it that you want, you know? I said, but look at what is happening in the world. We far from there. At that stage, it was me, the coach, as Eddie Koza was saying, and was working at that time at Northerns and doing great for us with a gentleman that was called Walinel. And like with the three of us, so what's going to happen when we go to series? Okay, the doctor in-house will tell me, I was like a doctor, I was a mom, I was a manager, I was a comforter, a counselor. Okay, this is a medication that you're gonna have for the team.
Let's be clear, Mamzol, I'm trying to understand. So the doctor says to you, when you leave, this is the medication I'm giving you, this medication is to address this issue, and you must go be the doctor once the team is gone. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Okay,
so
doctor.
I knew all these terms. I knew all these terms. Okay, if this happens, and then my notebook, okay, it means this. If this happened, my notebook, it means this. We come from that era. My dear Vusiwe, I used to carry around cash. before the systems improved, I would carry around dollars. Marcia knows. The meal allowances, that was the only thing that we are receiving. So I'll carry around the cash for each and every player, including the management. At that time, if we're going overseas, it will be the coach, the manager, the video analyst, and we were lucky to have, at one stage, a physio. I forgot to tell you, I was the massage.
Yes, you massaged me. You massaged me.
And listen, that I was doing myself those years. And I would dish out the meal allowances. You know, we're going to be here 4 weeks. Therefore, out of your $100, you're going to get this much this time. And then there was one player who said, "Can I have my £100? I said, "What? £100? Let her go. Why?" The differences, the disparities, inequalities. Others would save their meal allowance because they are thinking back at home. I needed to do 1, 2, 3. They will send money at home for electricity. The other one said, because we don't have spikes, I'm going to buy myself spikes. When I get back home, I want to buy a bed, a mattress so that I can sleep. Then this one who said to me, "Can I have my £100? I said, "What?" I said, "No. There's a nice jean, a torn one that I want to buy here in London." And I'm like, "Hey, Sana." And then I realized she has money. She has a backup. Other people don't have a backup. But the mandate here is for a meal allowance. We come from that era. I think Eddie did touch on it. When we were traveling, we don't know the business class and all of that. It was always, economy. And then Karen, you'll come here, and when we sleep on top of one another's shoulders, and then it went on. So when there's a changeover, when we're traveling of 3 or 4 hours, there was no hotel, arranged for us so that we can change and stuff like that. Then we go to the restrooms within the airport to change, and then if we want to sleep, we will sleep in shifts. The 6 will sleep, and the others will look at our goodies. So this is how we did. This is how it was back then.
That is a very inspiring but also very sad story, and I'm glad we're here today because this is where we see the switch and things are starting to change. And Karen, Mamzala speaks about the challenges faced, and we know how much this professional league is going to alleviate in terms of the pressure. What are some of the other things that you would like to see change in the women's game in South Africa? Because we know that this is one big step that has now been taken.
Yeah, look, I think the professionalism of the game will bring what it needs. It'll bring structure, I think, to the girls that play the game. I've just now recently been installed as the Titans women's manager, and I'm finding out all these things in the last 2 or 3 months, what's there and what's not there, and what could improve. And I think there is still a long way to go, and they'll have a support staff around them, though, that will bring that professionalism. They won't have an S&C now that covers everyone collectively. They'll have individual programs, and I think that will bring a sense of belonging. It will bring structure to them, and it will bring a purpose to them, and to achieve their goals, what's out there. I wish I was 30 years younger. Well, okay, maybe 35. But I wish I was, in this environment now and have the future ahead of me, because it really is looking good.
It really is looking good. Marsha, you've also experienced both sides because you were a player, now you're in administration. What do you think this means for the girls that you work with? Because, you see them at under-19, you see the emerging teams. What does this now mean for them and the level of competitiveness that we are going to bring as South Africa on a national level?
Well, I think now we're heading to the right direction because we want to measure ourselves with England and Australians. So I think it's really a good thing that, you know what, finally they're professionalizing women's cricket, but we still have a long way to go because we still need to take care of the bottom six as well. But it's something that obviously going forward, things will change, like the way that it has started, because we started with 6 contracted players, now it changed to 15. So same applies with professionalizing women's cricket. Going forward, hopefully everyone will be contracted.
Indeed. I think Eddie touched on it earlier. I think one of the biggest challenges will be that transition from amateur to professionalism. And I think that will be a really, really big challenge, actually.
Do you think perhaps we're underestimating how much of a challenge it's going to be?
I think so, because it's all obviously all excitement, and rightly so. But I'm sure those challenges will be faced when all of the excitement is gone and the game moves on. But it's something I think as administrators that we have to look at and then obviously help these players along into the direction that they want to go in.
And finally for you, Ma, as I just start wrapping up our discussion, this moment, you being here to see it after everything you've been through, from being the doctor, the physio, the mother, the comforter, what else were you, Ma?
The masseur.
Yeah, Zonke Bonke. Okay. From being Zonke Bonke, what does this moment mean to you? And I think a lot of us didn't think we would see this happen in our lifetime, but Cricket South Africa has really just hit the ground running and come to the party. And as rightly said here this morning, this is no longer part of the question, before you pull a Karen on me and say it's a long question. But it's also just a challenge. Tembi, have you sent the SMS? Have you told them cricket is now professional in South Africa for women? But it's just also that challenge that is now being put out to other sporting codes, because we don't want it to start and finish with cricket. We want it to go all across the board.
Yeah, this is a victory for us. It shows resilience in women, you know. We have been the torch bearers for a very long time. And I'm very excited. Maybe it doesn't show, but I'm very excited for these young ladies and for the people behind the scenes, you know, that have been saying it has to happen. It has to happen. And thank you to ICC for agreeing for South Africa to host the World Cup, because if it was not for the World Cup also, you know, in January, and the performance by our players to be in the final, you know, and also thank you to the Department of Sport Minister, Zizi Kodwa, Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, for allowing, you know, the leadership in cricket to be doing what they are doing, and it doesn't say they must stop here. You know, when there is momentum, thank you to momentum as well. When there is momentum, yes, of a game growing, surely we're going to have a shortage of facilities, and we are not going to fight for turf in terms of programming, who plays when and how. So we still need to see to finish that the facilities also, you know, are attended to, because the sport is growing, but it's saturated in terms of facilities. There are no facilities in townships, so people are not playing in the townships. We take them out of the township, we bus them, you know, to the town, to where facilities are, and they are playing there. But they are coming from those dusty streets of Soshanguve, Mangaung, KwaZakhele, all over. So I'm very excited and I'm very grateful.
Thank you so much, ladies. Ma, just one last one before I let you all three go. You spoke initially when you first got to the team, you said, is this the team? And now you look at the team, you've got the likes of Ayabonga, Snalo, a team that really just does represent how diverse we are as a country. That surely brings some joy to you.
It means the systems, you know, I was once a convener in the cricket pipeline. I was serving there with the likes of Dr. Obanka Kisang. I was serving with Rehan Richard Diaz. And behind the scenes, we were saying we can put the nice policies. You need the people that will implement this at operational level. You can't say things here and then it's not done. So people like Eddie Koza behind the scenes were doing the things for us. So this is what we wanted. We put systems in place and policies, and they were implementing them. Now the team is no more one person, Nolubaba Lunzuzu. And it's various people that are coming. And I so wish also, I'm grateful that the women coaches are coaching in the provinces, those that were players. And Minister said, gentlemen, stay where you are. You don't need to come. If we are fine like this, we can just, mentor one another. But things have changed since then, and I'm grateful. And forward, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Mam Zola Tamai, Karen Smithies, and Marcia Litswala. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. All right, if we can just get the gentlemen to clear the stage for us so we can move on into our final presentation. And it's the moment we've been waiting for, the reveal of the teams that will be participating in, of course, Cricket South Africa's professional, I love that word, Cricket South Africa's. Gentlemen, please clear the stage. I can only ad-lib for so long. It is, is Minister clearing the stage? Yeah. We like men of action. We love men of action. Thank you. Sorry, Mickey, you're late. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been building up to this moment to see the reveal of the teams that will be participating in Cricket South Africa's professional domestic women's league. Please help me. Let's all put our hands together to welcome onto the stage for this reveal the CEO of Cricket South Africa, Mr. Moseki.
Program Director, Ms. Ngobo. Esteemed guests, good afternoon to you all. And thank you for joining us this afternoon on this remarkable day in the history of women's sports, as we gather here to announce the teams that will be competing in the upcoming season of our professional domestic women's league. It is a moment of great pride and excitement as we take another significant step towards empowering female cricketers and promoting gender equality in sports. With this league, we are not merely showcasing the talents of remarkable athletes, but we're also setting an example for future generations. So without much further ado, let me introduce you to the teams that will be vying for the glory in the upcoming season. From our host city, Tshwane, the Fidelity Titans. Yes, Chief. Thank you. From Johannesburg, the TP World Lions. Should be smiling. Sure, my brother. Sure. From eThekwini, Hollywood Bets Dolphins. Congrats. From Warren, Minister, we've covered even small topics. The 6-gun grill Gardenwood Badgers. And last but not least, from Sizola home province, newly promoted, Free State Cricket. Oh yes, they're gonna kill me. It appears I forgot the Western Province. I am so sorry. Western Province, a six-country Western Province. Oh, maybe they're not here. Oh, they are here. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I should give you a longer hug, yeah? Yeah. So these are the teams that will make up our inaugural league. We are super proud of them, and we know they're going to take women's cricket to the next level. So ladies and gentlemen, our professional women's league.
Can we get a nice group photo? Yes, we want to get.
Apparently, I need to be in the middle.
Let's do a nice group photo. Some people can come to the front. Yes, let's get some to come to the front. Yes, the men can sit. I agree. Smile for the camera.
Sumaya, come this side. Sumaya.
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 Sis.
Sumaya. Come here.
Man patience tanan.
She doesn't want to come.
All right, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Western Cape people are going to kill me.
I saw the two people that are scared of photos. You and Sumaya. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can all say today we were all part of history. I hope those that were in the photos are happy with how they looked, because these are the photos that we're going to see for years to come. When they say we announced it here, so I hope you're happy with the look and the smiles and putting your best foot forward. But ladies and gentlemen, on a serious note, this moment has been a moment like no other. We will never get an opportunity to relive this, but we were all here to witness history being made. We were here to witness women's cricket being put on the platform that she deserves. And we were all part of the moment where we saw one of the biggest shots being hit for women's cricket. So you can all give yourselves a round of applause. The last person I'd like to call on stage today is CSA Public Affairs Executive, Refente Shinnes, to officially give us the vote of thanks and to release everyone so you can go home. Can we give her a round of applause?
Thank you so much, Vusiwe. Ladies and gentlemen, today is an affirmation that women's cricket has emphatically carved for itself a fundamental niche which will define itself in excellence and a display of talent in a competitive environment. Women cricketers have over the years demonstrated the appetite to be a standalone product, worthy of recognition and respect. I can say without any fear of contradiction that the moment we have all been yearning for has finally arrived. The tide has turned rapidly, and women's cricket is claiming its rightful place in the sun. It is against this background that I thank the Ministry of Sport, Arts and Culture for supporting this initiative and all our repeated endeavors that are aimed at positioning women's cricket as a force to be reckoned with. Minister Kodwa, it is through your continued support and added pressure that we today count this milestone. Thanks to the CSA President, Mr. Rian Richards, and the Members' Council for giving this historical initiative your stamp of approval, and thereby emancipating women's cricket from obscurity. I also thank the CSA Board of Directors through the Chairman, Mr. Lawson Naidu, for conceiving the strategy, which is anchored on inclusivity, diversity, and excellence, which are critical pillars that support our journey as CSA towards initiatives such as this one. A word of appreciation goes to our member CEOs and cricket services managers for operational leadership that they provide on a day-to-day basis. Sincere gratitude to the most important stakeholder in the room, our community of players, without whom this day would have been just but a pipe dream. I thank the captains, head coaches, and sports administrators for keeping the pulse of cricket beating at all times. Past and present coaches at school, club, provincial, and private level who continue to nurture talent and to make the sport relevant at both domestic and national levels. Most importantly, parents, teachers, and supporters who have advocated for the improvement of the game and continue to challenge us to do better. I thank you, members of the media, for supporting women's cricket through your sustained coverage when it was not fashionable to do so. Your steadfastness in elevating women's cricket to the level it is today calls for our repeated and sustained applause. A special recognition goes to our colleagues in cricket services for the formidable job that they do. Enoch Nkwe, Edward Koza, Johan Veyers, and the rest of the team at the Center of Excellence. Thank you for consistently giving South African cricket your all. Lastly, I thank all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for making the time to come out and support today's event. Your attendance is testament of your vested interest in the growth of women's cricket in South Africa, a passion we all collectively share in and we all wish to see grow beyond this event. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Rofense. To members of our media, our guests will be available for interviews just outside of the arena. Once again, emphasis, thank you so much to everyone for coming out this afternoon. God bless you all. Let's all support women's cricket, and I'm hoping to see you out in the stadium. Goodbye, and God bless.